Hello, hello, testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Okay. But let's take one more time and we are gonna continue the game. Thank you, that sounds good. Yo, gaming soul, how you doing? We are back. Yo, back online. Let me do some initial preparation and we are good. Doctor, hope it went well. Like a checkup. Good, good. Hope it have a speedy recovery. How do I sound? Is the audio good? If the audio is good, we can continue. Or give me a second. Time to do the chat yet. Gordon fever? I see, I see. Nice, nice. Glad to hear that. That is. Hello, Ace. How are you doing? What's up? How's it going? We are back. We are gonna continue Hollow Knight. I think we are pretty on my day with friends. Sweet. Hope you enjoyed. Hope it was good. You had fun. Did you had fun? That's your plan? Going out? Okay, that's it. Sounds good. So what up, my guy? Alright, we got a decent plan to what to do today. So we're gonna go and do that. That's pretty much the plan. I don't know if we can start by not dying. Yeah, we gotta take a detour and then go to the fungal wastelands again. Oh, there's a bench. I can bench it. Sweet. I didn't even realize that. Actually, man, what have you been up to? Have I thought you were gonna be like how much you're having a good time? Sure, yeah. I mean, I didn't like that sauce, but I liked it most of the other ones. It's a pretty simple game, it's not too difficult, you know? It has a decent balance in what we do, I would say. And the bosses are pretty understandable. You can come up with a strategy on your own, which is nice. Like at the one boss, I just came up with the strategy on my own and it worked, which is nice, you know? I got him. Took me a while, but I got his ass. And I kinda like how fluid the game is. I mean, there is some jank, like there is the mushroom jank I was having trouble with. But other than that, the gameplay is pretty fluid. Flawlessly, I would say. Very responsive. Yeah, no point critical about this game, that was good for me. Yeah. I think, yeah, you can explore all there you want. But you don't. No problem. Okay, now I gotta climb up. Yeah. Up or down? Maybe you're down it. Depends on how long it takes it. I might try Silsong next, or I might try to change something else. So I don't get bored out. You'll see. Yeah, what's up? Hello. Welcome. I don't know where how's it be. I don't know. Okay. Glad we have some trouble with that. Okay, let me get the bench. This is our objective now. Take W. Alright, there we go. Easy. Got him. Oh my freaking god, what just happened? Is my spiders just killed the jelly? Oh fuck. Okay, that's why you got the binge on that. I have no idea what happened to that. That just immediately blew up. Oh, I see. Oh, there is another path that goes this way. Okay. It does like double damage, I think. There it. Still made it. There we go, got it. Bleed out. I'm gonna bleed out on that one. How big is this area? I don't even have a map for this thing. The one thing in this is small spiderlings are gonna get me killed. He just immediately runs at that jellyfish and then blow them up. And there's nothing there. Yo, what's up, dude? Just a moment with the surprises, burning on top of an acid lake. In familiarity, something stirs in my mind. What's inside the building? Let's check. Oh, that was easy. Oh. Do I have to go down? Yep. As it down longer the better. What is long? The game? Yeah, I have already 17 hours into the game. There's really a lot of them. Is that a boss? I don't know. What do I need with this guy? Oh, that deal. What about that? Ew. Oh no, I'm dying. Get him, dude! Come on! Good job. Oh my god, the Saki bitch. I need to zap him like every 2 seconds. I think it's about time to say my prayers. I'm a Ghana. Yeah. Oh, come on. Don't take damage. Mini boss? Which game? Oh, compared to the other game I was playing, compared to Chronos. Chronos only took me 17 hours to beat it. Completely. I think with this game I'm like 17 hours in and halfway through? Maybe? Okay, I got the idea of what to do, so I think I can get him. Man, I can only hit that thing once. Hey, the I think that every place we use the hard boss. Hard bot? Think I got it. Just not to stay in the same place and then I have to dodge. Dash. Close, yeah. I think I can. Can I in the third plate? The game I was playing was Chronos New Dawn. The horror game before. If you remember. That game took me only 17 hours. It's pretty decent. I'm like, oh my god, it's the best horror game ever and anything. I think Dead Space and the Curse of Borderlands is better.
Kasa!
Okay, at least hit me once. Ay, bitch. Dude, hit the thing! Come on! Ah, my freaking god. I'm plateauing so hard with this one. I don't know. Not good. Clutches, Leo, let's go. Looking for the bitch. Die. Here's a gold door, he gave me the help bells. Which is nice. Inspect. I see something in between. What is that?
c'est क्या बच्ची पूरी
Members of the beach the start to restore the kingdom's knowledge to that is cool. Okay. Oh, cool. Alright, I got the mask. Let's go. Okay, we got only one more. Wait, at least I could have gotten the map of this area. I just finished the area without even getting the map. Yeesh. You mentioned something about, he mentioned something about a seal. I don't know which seal he is talking about. Isn't that I started? What the hell? So where is this guy? I gotta find him so I can get the map of this place. Hey, that's the banker. What the hell?
That's Gio. Gio.
Where's he?
Gio, Kalala.
Okay. Oh, come on, I can't still get this map. Shit. I think I have to come from the other way around. I think here's most likely above. Above and to the left. That's my guess. What? What just happened? I'm gonna get rid of this spider guys. These guys get me killed now. These guys are not good at this area. Straight up. I see what happened. Okay, I ran out of you, bitch. I see you on a map. You see a bow? Yeah, the thing I have to go you and close it off. Give me sword, do your job. Let's go. Who come? Even touching of this kills my ass. Like, I can't even touch these eggs. Yeah, look at that. Jesus. Baby, Kamehameha? To what? Oh, I got a child notch. Sweet. That's a big W. No wonder it wasn't blowing up. Jeez, but this area is just brutal. Getting annihilated. You can update your spells? I see. How? Like, you gotta tell me what to do or what to do. Yo, Williams, hello. Good morning, good morning. How are you doing? Are you doing good? This is all cool on this stuff? It seems like it. The masses has been spoken. It has been done. I think I need at least a double jump to get there. Looks like he is in the middle. There is like two barriers on both sides. Like I cannot go through this. You know? I just remember the what? I remember the what? Damn, that's like turbo in game. Well. Yeah, that's like insanely in the game. I don't think I can get that anytime soon. Well, I'd lie in a bit, sweet. Thank you, thank you. Let's see where we can go. Very cool to do the ancient basin. Probably, I think. I don't know that. Deep nest. You think we can do deep nest? How are you? Not really. I don't have much lunch. The one for a while had get something to eat. Start healthy. Healthy stomach, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, we are going to this thing, enchantation. That's pretty much our goal. Okay, where are we now? To get there, you gotta go to the key station. I gotta go up. You mean see me? Why? What happened? Yeah, me injection? Look away, close your eyes. You'll be fine. I mean, the injections have gotten really pretty painless these days. Don't worry, got this. Let's go. Tell me I'm not like them. Got it. Very good. Good for your health. Go get one. Damn, that's still a long path. Jesus. Jesus Christ, that guy is tough. Well, that guy didn't do anything. It's you? Yeah, lucky. Thank you, thank you. Okay. That did not go that well.
Good job!
I think this is the abyss. So I'm gonna explore the other area and then come back here later. Stino! I see a breakable wall to the right of the bee enemies. Uh-oh. Yeah, we can check them once I'm back. Nice Koyana, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. You're doing awesome. Thank you, some good progression in Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, we are Hollow Knighting. Great progression, yeah. 17 hours. Gameplay time. And that makes more sense. That is a path that goes downwards. Interesting. But my primary focus is for now is the ancient basin. And once I'm done with that, we can explore the train simulator. XD too.
Csokol, kerek tíz.
If the seal will open, I gotta check. You like the game? Ah, it's pretty good. It's pretty casual though. You don't have to mull out every time you see something, which is nice. What's the lore? So there is like an insect kingdom, at least from what I've seen. I mean, it's been in the ruins. We gotta figure out why it got into that point. You know, that's our job. We're just here to figure out what happened. Pretty much. I'm right, like, right, guys? That's how you die. You do build? Yes, yes, I know. Oh, come on. Yeah, we are not too bad yet. Remember this bug? Oh, it's a buggy kingdom. I don't know. I don't know who's the bug his name is. You're not gonna hit me with that game, dude. Immediate, humbled. Let's go. I didn't have any up though. Nameless, so we can consider him as just a knight? Yeah. Or he's asking about my character's name? I have no idea. He's a knight, that's it. How do we get him? Damn, that's pretty risky. I got a simple key. This is a corpse? Damn. Already is not a character meme. Yeah, I know who Hollow Knight is. Hollow Knight is the guy who sailed it and then it got fucked up again. We are just the knight. We are a freaking nobody. Okay, so I don't make the whole thing just you see in the load videos? Not yet. But that is like a 1 hour video but that's available. I can check it after I finish the game. Is this dude gonna come alive? Ah, no, he is. Shit. Oh no. Here's the guy. This guy does not let me to heal. Oh, come on. Oh, the map update. That's cool. Oh, at least that undead is not that long. That's gonna be nice. Well, the umbrella ground thing is pretty hard to dodge. That's a new vase. I think I should just keep my distance. I think healing in between the fight is just a waste of time. It just, most of the time it gets me killed by me. Helps me. So locked in. I just got pretty gotten out of that. No gap basket. Okay, there we go. Do you have any thoughts in the future to instead of a video? No, now why? For my privacy reasons, I don't want to. Ever. Alright, there we go. Got their double jump. Wait, I think I can use the double jump here, right? Yes. What's in here? Oh yeah, today BJ did the thing, right? I gotta check that. I can check it in the night. And I'm having a hard time putting the platforming.
Congratulations, you played
Oh,
yourself.
whoops. That's kinda disappointing, to be honest. I was expecting something else. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna take a break and then be right back. This is tiny break. Teeny tiny break. I could take the tram and then go to the other area. Yeah, I think that would be a fun one time. Most likely, or I could go down over here. I don't think we will have anything important. Probably not. But I could play it. Yo, Marva, hello. How you doing? Welcome. They are making some great progress here. As you can see, I got the double jump. And we gotta figure out what else we have in here. I need to get to this mask over here. Not sure how to do that yet. If you get him out and we can't go on. Oh god. Have you seen those? Oh man. That movie is special. That movie is special kind of something. Alright, let's see. Palace grounds. I think I've been there to the palace grounds, right? Yeah, I think I could just take the tram and then go further. See where it takes me. Thank God I didn't what? Okay. I think the backpacking and the teleporting, it's not that good with the kills the game. I had nice vision. True. Like, it's gotten to the point that the developers, not the developers, the movie directors advised the theaters to don't me a freaking sound. Like, it was that bad. It was bad, real bad. Ah, it seems like Borderlands 4 is an open world again. Cool. Watched today and a book Demon Slayer? Nice. How else did you like it? I mean, the animation is as usual god tier, but they kinda colored the side characters, to be honest. Tanjiro did one thing and then the village is literally crying. Damn. Tanjiro's the villain, the kung fu guy, the fist guy. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna stand there and kill myself. You know? The main character is too weak. He's gonna die if this continues. I'm just gonna kill myself and then let the main character live. Literally, that's what he did. So hilarious. To be honest. No, I can eat nothing. And I've been in bed. Give me a second. I'm gonna take a short break. See you in a bit. We can talk about it later after I'm back. Are you Michael Jackson died? No, he's not. He's alive though. He's still Cookie. Not yet. Really, he might soon die. And I'll be right back. Short break time. Okay. Let's take the time and then check what's up. What's on the other side? There. Go check the beam nest. Yeah, I can check the beam nest. I don't know what's in there. Might get something good. Oh, it has the black barrier, seriously? What about a bow? Jesus Christ. How am I even supposed to go through this place? Okay, that's not happening. I think we have to take the tram and then go somewhere else. How much maybe at what do you call it? Rules I had. I don't think I got much. Let's go. Let's watch a video. I'm gonna have some food in a bit. And then we can watch the guy. Because he did the first, what do you call it? The politics thing. First time ever, so let's see how it goes. Maybe curious. Wait, this bug is so fun harmless, it's not doing anything. Oh, Kingdom Sage. Okay.
Pantera? Kattereo! Oh, shot. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that's like a weird shotgun he got. Oh, this thing. Okay, I see. I like Kingdom's Edge. Let's pause it here and then I have my small snack and then we can continue. Let's see, Vijay, did he speak anything? Did he say anything? Or is it just a complete doubled up fire? Oh, there we go. Let's see what he says. Would I get copyrighted for this shit? I hope not.
நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதா?
Oh, the quality.
அந்த காலத்துல போருக்கு போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி போர்ல ஜெயிக்கிறதுக்காக துளவேல் கோயிலுக்கு போய் சாமியை கும்பிட்டு தான் போருக்கு போவாங்கண்ணா.
The mic quality sucks. Ugh. It is speech. I think I could just avoid the commentary or something. But it's just the audio sucks. Eh. Borderlands 4 has big problems. Let's see that. Release the game I am or just event. Let's see what happened to it. Is the game cooked? The game has no hope. Mixed reviews. GG. That doesn't sound good, is it?
Alrighty, hey everyone, welcome back. So Borderlands 4 is officially now here. It launched a couple of days ago, and the first few days have been kind of rough for the game, to be honest, or at the very least I would describe it as a mixed bag, because on one hand players are saying that this is one of the best feeling Borderlands games since 2. I guess there have really been so many since 2, but a lot of people agree between reviewers or player sentiment, despite the negative stuff that we're about to get into. A lot of people agree like the game part of the game itself is quite good. The gameplay feels great, really cool structure with the open world that they've done, lots of interesting content between the main story and side stuff, and people are liking the story and the narrative and the dialogue and the humor of the game a little bit more. Me, I could take it or leave it, to be honest. I like the splashes of humor in what's otherwise a kind of more serious main narrative, but
Borderlands has always been a meme game, to be honest.
Yes, all of that stuff,
When
like,
the
I
story is the other
100%
series.
agree. Like, there's a real lot I like about Borderlands 4. But at the same time, for what seems to be quite a lot of people, it's been absolutely an abysmal experience, primarily due to what is very poor performance and many glaring technical issues that the game has, which I also 100% agree with because I experienced them myself when I went about reviewing the game. In fact, looking back on my review now, I had a bit of a clairvoyant moment there when I said it started out really, really bad. And I'll just say this, like, if a majority of the player base has anywhere near what I experienced those first few days, I expect this game to get like really
oh my god, that is
bombed,
abysmal.
which is exactly what happened. Like, the game is getting reviewed into oblivion, and rightfully so. I went on to say, basically at this point, I'm sitting here hoping that the recent patches that came through will iron out a lot of the performance issues for most other players, because otherwise, if it doesn't, I think that's going to be just unacceptable for a lot of people. And it didn't. Although patches came out, and although thanks to doing some tweaks and stuff, my experience ended up being generally smooth. It started out, if you didn't watch a review, basically it started out really bad with fairly consistent stutters that eventually relieved over time as the game loaded in all of the shaders or textures or whatever was causing that stuttering. That eventually went away, and my performance got better, but I think that's just primarily due to the fact that I enabled DLSS as well as frame generation on top of having a fairly high-end PC, which people always ask, what are your system settings? And I inevitably end up responding to those questions in the comments, but I'll just say it here in the video. I've got an RTX 4090, I have an i9-14900K, and I've got 64 gigs of RAM. So might not be the top of the line of gaming PCs, but it's certainly up there.
I mean, that's good enough to run this. Like, come on, 4090 with a freaking 3900K? Seriously?
Like,
that's a baller
PC.
PC.
Good system. And yeah, as I predicted basically in
no
the
shit.
last video, so
That's a high
has
end.
come true. The game's performance issues have resulted in a lot of really, really bad reviews. So currently the game is sitting at a mixed rating on Steam. It's got over a little over 7,000 user reviews, and at the moment is at a 63% rating. And that is up rather drastically because in the first day, like in the first 24 hours, the game was mostly negative. It was a mostly negative score. And I think the last time I looked, it was at like a 35% rating. So that is very, very bad. For the most part, all of those reviews were, well,
Get some bots
let me
in.
just show you a
Oh,
few
the game
examples
is
here.
getting
None
a
of my friends
negative
can
review.
the game
Get
to
the
start
bots in.
past the
Let's
main
go.
menu. When you quit and restart, it doesn't close the original instance and it still uses full memory. Doesn't matter how good the game is, AAA devs deserve low reviews on their games until they learn to release working titles. Don't exactly blame them for that opinion. Or this one here, gameplay is fun, but the crashing and frame issues on a pretty beastly PC, even at lower settings, is pretty unacceptable for a $70 game. I think that's not helping matters much either. Like, it's a full premium price tag here, and to have such terrible performance while after spending what for a lot of people is a lot of money, not great. And it just goes on. Another negative review, terrible optimization, another Unreal Engine 5 casualty, not worth buying in its current state unless you have a NASA PC. And that's another thing though, even people on NASA PCs are reporting, it's just a funny framing. Yeah, even if you have a NASA powered computer, a lot of people are still performing issues. It seems like a lot of the 500 series cards in particular for NVIDIA cards, even like worse issues than me, like I'm running on a 4090 and I've gotten in the game, it's to a point right now, again, I have DLSS DLSS, everything is pretty much set at in the high-ish range, DLSS and frame gen, and I'm like pretty much buttery smooth now, but required frame gen, and I know the frame gen really only works if your baseline frame rate is rather high. If you're like hovering in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, using frame gen, I've heard can even make it worse for a lot of people. So it's certainly not a one-size-fits-all solution. And again, the reviews, it just goes on and on. Negative review, negative review, negative review. And pretty inevitably, in all of them, the top line is performance, optimization, just technical problems. The game's not in a good state. And it's not even just like Steam users who are reporting this issue. And someone pointed me to a clip here where they were promoting Borderlands 4 on Conan O'Brien's Clueless Gamer segment, where he just like fumbles around some games and makes some Conan O'Brien jokes, and things didn't exactly go as planned while they were recording this here.
And this gives me a sight, right?
No, that's the left trigger. You could hold LB, which is the top thing there. Yeah, hold that.
Wait, what? We just went to...
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, you crashed the game?
How?
My guy hits the left bumper and the game just crashes. And this is supposed to be like promotional stuff for Borderlands. Not exactly the kind of image they want to showcase here. This next part's the best though.
You crashed the game?
How?
I
crashed the game.
I've never seen this crash.
This is
before.
fantastic.
I've never seen this crash.
I crashed the game.
So he's never seen this crash before, but what makes this so funny is that when you buffer back to the crash, it says right here, the game has crashed more than once recently. Restoring default settings may fix the issue. He's never seen this crash before.
I've never seen this crash
This is
before.
fantastic.
I've never seen this crash.
I crashed the game.
Oh yeah, but the warning pop-up says the game has crashed like several times recently. It doesn't actually say several, but it's at least crashed more than once recently, according to the error message that popped up. So, you know,
it says multiple.
It's, you know,
I don't know, it could be 5, it could be 10, it
it
could be just crash out cooldown.
What happened?
I've never seen this crash.
This is fantastic.
I've never seen this crash.
I crashed the game. Sorry, Borderlands 4.
Whatever the reason was, they've got this like promotional segment on Conan O'Brien's show here, and the freaking game crashes. So bit of a detour, but the point being, like, clearly this game has some technical problems. Even when they're trying to market the game, they can't escape the technical issues. So
that's what it is.
Problems just reported across the board.
Some
now,
is that some moving of the game just hard crashes.
Or at the very least, not everybody is having the same level of extreme issues with the game, and that's kind of the situation where we sit right now. Some people are having extremely bad issues though, and it seems like a lot of people are having issues. I'm not trying to diminish it whatsoever, so this needs to be something that they address. Now the reviews have been climbing over time, and I think a large part of the reason for that is, like, on the first day, you know, people aren't reviewing the entire game on Steam because none of those people have played the entire game, so they're just posting their initial, like, what is the initial experience like. And when you're having terrible performance, when you're crashing, when you can't even boot the game, when you got multiple instances of the game running, like, that's going to be an outpouring of the negative problems, especially when it's technical related. And then as time goes on and people play the game and they leave their impressions on the game itself, that score climbs. It's still probably going to be in the negative for a while though, until they deal with the massive amount of performance issues that the game is having. Now that's not all though. Heading over to a few of the social pages here, specifically looking at some Reddit threads. So this one thread here suggests going in and making some specific tweaks to the ini files of the game, specifically aimed at combating the volumetric, just a high amount of volumetric fog that they have. And they posted some examples of side-by-sides of, like, here's the baseline game with its level of volumetric fog, and then when it's lifted, you know.
Look at that, it's using more than 4 gigs of VRAM. Like, if you got a 4070, it's gonna use like milk with this game.
When it's lifted,
look at that.
You know, it's certainly, like, the game
16
does have
minimum.
A heavy reliance on that, and it does make quite a big difference. Like, here, heavy reliance.
Wait, what is that? Is that 1440p? Yeah. 4070 is a 1080p
make quite a big difference. Like, here, look at these two side by side. So here is the baseline. I don't know what graphic settings is at, but here's like the baseline level.
4070 and
50 with the ini adjustment.
5070 is a 1080p god.
That volumetric distant fog. Now I'm gonna be perfectly
Straight
honest
up.
though. When I look at these two things, I don't love it with 0, but I do certainly agree, and I thought as much myself while playing. Like, it's pretty aggressive, the distance at which that this, like, dense fog is laid over everything. Like, it's pretty aggressive, but I do be honest though, when I look at any adjustment where it just two things. I don't love it
Ah.
with 0, but I do certainly agree.
I
and
think it
I
should
thought
be
as
like
much
point
myself while playing,
2 or
like, it's
3.
pretty
Maybe that would be
aggressive,
better.
the distance at which that this like dense fog is laid over everything seems far too close. I mean, it seems like the edge of that fog is starting just like a couple of 100 meters away or something. I feel like it would be better. I don't love this, like where there's none and it's just like clear all the way to the other side of the moon. I could see that tree. Like I want some distance and perspective creation with something like volumetric fog. It's just way too close here. I feel like there would be a happy medium where, like, if the fog started just in this example somewhere behind
Man,
those
imagine
pipings,
if a
like,
public
at the
company
back
thought they were
tree
figure out
line
the
there or
fog
something,
of
you know what I
war.
mean? I think that would be good.
Jesus
but I don't love
Christ.
removing it completely.
Can't
But
even
that's,
figure out
the big
fog
thing,
of
though, with
war. Are
this
you
is that
serious?
doing this evidently was helping some people with the performance of their game, and if that's the sacrifice to, like, if you're having performance issues and that can deal with it, that's a great potential workaround for the time being. Got a thread here that suggests that the console version of the game might have memory leak issues. They say that start noticing a lot of frame drops and screen tearing after a couple of hours of playtime, and then just closing out of the client and restarting it then fixes it. And that, I mean, that does indeed sound like it could be a memory leak issue. I've not played the game on
Plan
console,
Iris,
so
is
I
that a
have
new
no clue,
movie?
but just something
Plan
I
is
wanted to
still
point out
alive.
there. Now, outside of any of the performance-related discussions, some other things have popped up that I thought were worth mentioning. For one, going back to the consoles, I learned that they don't have an FOV slider on the console version of the game. I saw multiple threads complaining about this very fact. No FOV slider. How does the game not have an FOV slider? It's very motion sickness inducing, which is something that I can personally certainly empathize with. This one is particularly interesting. Like, no FOV slider 2025 on next gen is crazy. Even Borderlands 3 on console presumably had an FOV slider. And so why not, you might ask? Well, this is another performance related thing, because the higher your field of view, the more your hardware has to render, and that impacts performance. It's pretty much known that, like, as you extend FOV, it has a greater and greater impact on your performance, because games render what you can see on your screen. In fact, I don't know if all games, but I remember reading that a lot of games will literally only render what you're viewing, and then everything else kind of like disappears. And then as you spin the camera around, that stuff gets rendered, and the stuff you were just looking at, like, is no longer being processed by your hardware. I'm sure there's some more technical, better explanation of that, but that's kind of my layperson understanding of the matter. So
No,
it doesn't
I mean,
have
the
an FOV
gameplay
slider,
looks
and that
kind
is
of
most certainly
decent.
due
Since it's
to
an open
the
world, I
fact
think
that
it's gonna
they
play
must
like
have found
Assassin's
that
Creed.
opening up the FOV any
I don't
more than
really
what they offer
believe
in the
this,
baseline, which I'm guessing is something like 85 or 90.
Oh, it's
That's
an open
typically
world
what it is
game.
on
It's gonna be
consoles.
backward.
Opening
I don't
up
believe that.
anymore had a drastic impact on performance.
I gotta play it.
What's interesting
Could
though
be.
is that I have
I mean,
heard
it
that
could be
generally, like, the
Starfield. Who
console
knows?
versions of the game, they haven't been having huge performance issues like the PC has been having.
More
worth
$1,000
noting,
feesy.
but yeah, no FOV slider, which they're not very happy with. So hopefully that's something that gets addressed as well.
Staying below 60
Disappearing
FPS.
world bosses. Now, I didn't end up
Yikes.
mentioning this on the review video that we did, but it is something that has happened to me as I've continued playing the game. Those bubbles, those like what I called like dynamic world boss events that could pop up. You would see them periodically at certain points of interest. A big dome would appear. You'd go in, and there'd be a boss for you to fight in there. Well, what'll happen is if you at all leave that bubble, the boss vanishes. And sometimes it was really hard to tell, and I would think, like, I don't believe I left the bubble, but the boss still disappeared. I've seen several threads and people discussing this being just kind of an annoyance.
Yeah, that
and
looks
something
annoying.
That, and one
The
suggestion
getting out
I
of the
saw
bubble and
was
boss
maybe
disappears.
having a
Ooh, thought that
countdown
was a good
timer
idea.
so that it would let people know, like, hey, you've left the bubble. If you don't get back into it in 5 seconds, the boss is going to vanish. But especially there have been some bosses.
Why
that
not
have had
doing
things
it
that
in the
kinda
first
push you
place? We are not
around.
playing
There's
that
been
no
a couple
more.
of times where I've been knocked out of that boss dome.
Is this
and
an
then the
online
boss
game
just
or something?
vanishes,
No,
and, you know,
right?
he had like 5% health left.
Then
I was
why
just
does
about
it
to
even
kill him and get
exist?
all my loot. So kind of a bit of an annoyance, and I hope they make an adjustment to how that is implemented. A couple of bits of discussion about implementation of the game's user interface. One that really stood out to me when I saw this thread, it's like, only game I've ever played where you have to hover over a redundant icon to see your currencies. I don't quite get that either. So there's that money icon that's in the bottom right corner when you're looking at your inventory, but to see the currencies, you got to go and hover over it. It's like, why is that icon there? Why have that hover icon? Why not just display the currencies in the bottom right there? Like, I agree. It feels redundant. It feels completely unnecessary. And then another complaint about the UI was
Sounds
the fact that when you
primitive.
go
Why are they
into the
regressing?
customization, so there's the cosmetic unlocks, you get them while you're playing, completing quests, completing events, whatever, turning stuff in, doing bounties, side missions, a lot of activities in the game. The game has like a ton of unlockable customizations for your character, for your Echo 4 little robot that follows you around, for your weapons, as well as for your vehicle. But as you unlock stuff, you have to like scroll down to find which are unlocked, instead of the game doesn't automatically just like have all the unlocks display at the top and then all of the locked ones display below it. Yeah, it's just kind of strange. Or at the very least, like give me an option to filter it that way if you want to keep it this way in some whatever order this must be set in. Is the like order of the time in which you can unlock it? Is it like alphabetical order? I don't even know. But as it is, like you might have an unlock that's like all the way down at the bottom of the screen and you have to scroll all the way down until to see if you even have it in the first place. Definitely a few like UI annoyances and things that I think could be improved for sure. Now at the same time, while we are talking about the negative side of stuff, I saw this thread here that says so much negativity. Almost every post is about the lack of FOV slider crashes or performance. I've barely seen any posts regarding the actual game itself. It's the first game in a long time that I've actually set for hours and enjoyed, hardly noticing time flying by. I've already clocked 9 hours, goes on, yes, highly addictive. Performance could be better.
The best in my game. I am having so much fun. Look at this loser. Fucking loser.
But why are we just talking about the negative? Well, I think it's because like there's like multiple reasons for this. For one, just kind of a negativity bias.
Because if they didn't talk about it, the game will still ship with watch the freaking performance. That's why. You know? Why do you think they sell the botch the game? Because the gamers will still buy it, that's why. If they just get the newborn, at least they were going out of their way to fix it. Otherwise,
Online,
it would never be
especially on
fixed.
places like Reddit, people who have
Jesus
complaints or grievances
Christ.
with things
Minimum viable
are more
product. I would have
likely
heard
to
about
post it than
that.
people who are just gushing about things. That kind of tends to be, at least on Reddit, at least in my experience on gaming subreddits, most of what you're going to see is negative. There are periods of time where that might not be the case, and I think there are certain communities that are more positive than negative, but tends to be how it is, especially if there is any, and this is the real thing here with this game in particular, and this conversation in particular, especially if there's any widespread legitimate grievances. And I think that that's definitely the case. Like, yes, I fully agree with what this person is saying, at least the aspect of, hey, this is a good game other than these issues, but other than those issues are things that people either can't or like literally are unable to look past because their performance of their game is so bad, they're having a hard time enjoying the game. And if my performance wasn't improved by tweaking the settings, enabling DLSS and frame generation, first of all, I wouldn't have played. I'm like coming up on 40 hours now. I wouldn't have played as much if my performance stayed as bad as it was in those first like 2 to 3 hours, until the stuttering eventually dissipated and fully went away, and until I made the tweaks that smoothed out performance. If performance was as bad as it was in the first hour that I played the game, there's no way I would have gone past 10 hours, because it's a terrible experience. So if people can't do anything to get past a terrible performance, of course they're going to be spending a lot of time complaining about it, and of course they're going to leave a negative review, because it does legitimately completely ruin the experience. I have not played a game that had horrendous
Yeah, I think performance will
that just,
completely
like,
ruin,
was not
especially as a
smooth at all, was constantly
FPS
stuttering,
game.
that I've been able to
Come
stop
on.
for more
It
than
needs
5
so much
hours.
reflexes and
Even
everything.
not accounting for things like dealing with motion sickness, which is something that I deal with. It's why I rarely play VR
The
games anymore,
FPS looks
and
like it
it's
has
why
to run
first-person shooter,
flawlessly.
I really need to adjust things. Like I need to turn off motion blur. I need to make sure the FOV is wide enough. I got to make sure the sensitivity is in a proper position, because I'm easily prone to that kind of motion-induced sickness when looking at games in first person. Maybe that partly explains kind of my tendency to prefer third-person shooters, to be honest with you, because I never deal with it there. It's a weird thing. The mind plays tricks on you, right? But no, I totally understand. I mean, I know it can be a lot if you are playing and enjoying a game, if you're having a good time, and that is my tendency. Like that's what I try to focus on. I try to focus on and spend my energy, because we are playing video games after all, and the point of them is for entertainment. So if I'm not entertained, if there's something I really dislike, I tend to move on. But if there's something you want to like, or you're hearing other people are enjoying and you think you would as well, but you're coming up against these brick walls of glaring issues, like your game barely runs, I get the complaints. I do. I totally 100%. And I think they're justified. It can be a lot if you're enjoying it from this person's perspective, but just let people air their grievances as far as I'm concerned. While there are a lot of legitimate issues, and I would consider the game's problems with performance right now seriously legitimate issues. Now, it's not all bad. As mentioned, I like a lot about this game. We've also already started seeing some nice little memes here that I wanted to share with you. This is a good one. Really creative. Never seen anything like this before. Get ready for this. Sliding down. This is pretty early on. I think this is still tutorial or just post-tutorial from what I recall. And oh no, not again.
Oh, it's a funny meme.
Not again.
Lol.
And then this one was pretty good too. This one says, well, this is going to take a while. My man here playing Vex, he's got a little minion trouble. And they're trading places. They're like, all right, I'll attack you up there. Okay, I'll meet you. No. Okay, meet me up here. No, all right, we'll fight down here. No, let's fight back up here. Okay, fine, I agree. They can't get on the same page. It's a real problem. Just a couple of funny little things I saw. I really appreciate it.
That is kind of funny.
As we discussed, like legitimate grievances and problems people are having that resulted in a lot of the negative reviews that we've seen over on Steam. There's been a lot of positive word of mouth because under all of those issues is I think, legitimately good game. And that has resulted in quite a large player base. As of right this second, there are
okay. That's a decent number though. We actually sounded pretty old.
Players. That is the
even though it's just watch the game.
It might be an all-time
200,000 is pretty good. Pretty good.
Steam concurrent player counts for the
Which I was like,
Borderlands
35 40 or something.
5.5 years ago, and just under 94,000 concurrent players. Borderlands 2 looks to be the second most popular in terms of concurrence in the franchise, peaking at under 125,000 concurrent players. And then it went back and I was curious for the first Borderlands game. Really was surprised that its all-time peak was 24,000 concurrent players, which was a lot lower than I expected because I remembered the game being popular back in the day, but evidently. And if you're wondering, well, Forrest, you're looking at the Borderlands Game of the Year edition. When I tried searching the Borderlands not Game of the Year edition, there was no concurrent player count because what happened basically was that got migrated. The Borderlands Steam page got migrated when they released the Game of the Year edition, but the concurrent player counts still refer to that original game because the all-time peak is that just under 24,000 happened 13.2 years ago, whereas the Borderlands Game of the Year edition is listed on the Steam page as having launched in 2023. So clearly that wasn't, 13 years ago either. So yeah, just to clear up any confusion with that there. All right, so what's next here? Well, I think best case scenario in the coming days and weeks, they release patches to address the performance and technical issues. That is like priority numero uno. Get all of the people who bought your game and are wanting to play your game, get their technical issues resolved as much as possible so that they can play the game in a smooth
It has
state.
that shell-turning art style. I think that's why the game is timeless.
What they aimed
for, unique art style like this. How come they were able to pull that off with Unreal Engine?
In the negative press that they've been getting.
I mean, still, it's less like hard garbage, but
obviously
you get the
they
idea.
gotta fix any bugs that are occurring. I haven't seen a ton of these pop up. I guess like Vex's minion bouncing back and forth, like that's a bug. But while playing, I actually can't think of any like actual bugs that happen. Like I don't recall ever clipping through the terrain. I don't recall a quest not working or NPCs bugging out through anything. So yeah, actually, now that I think of it, I don't think I saw a single bug in my playtime, which that's good to know. Quality of life stuff, hopefully they can make some tweaks to how the UI is implemented and things like those bosses despawning the second that you step outside their bubble. At least give us a warning or something. That would be nice, especially for like force bumped out. And then after that, maybe in the coming days and weeks, we'll tackle the topic of endgame because that's probably a whole video into and of itself. They've got some issues from what I've been seeing. I just got to endgame recently and I don't know, we'll talk about another video. At this point though, I would say to wrap it all up, like I genuinely think Borderlands 4 as a game is very fun. I love the gameplay. The open world
I should get another phone charger.
A lot to explore. Really enjoyed going through that process and it's just been a plain old good time to play.
Yeah, fast charger. I think I should get one.
That's the big factor here because if it's not running well for you, you're not going to be having a good time. Clearly they have some massive issues to sort out and I hope they do. So I'd say if you are at all concerned that you might not, if you haven't bought the game and you are at all concerned that you might not have a good time with it performance, which it seems like unless you're running some rather high-end hardware, there's a good chance you won't. Just best to wait it out. out. Like if you're not in a rush, you're not in a hurry. A lot of people aren't. There are a lot of people who are having issues, but there's also a lot of people who aren't. It's a mixed bag. You got the Steam refund policy. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you jump. You'll know within the first hour if you're having big.
Who are those
performance
people
problems.
that
If your
aren't
frame rate is
having
just
the
total
game
crap,
issue?
You'll know right
If
away.
it's not
So
running
I guess
well
that
at the
could be a
59
determining,
I
could
don't
be
think
used as a
anybody
determining
can.
factor. But
I'm
there
not
you go.
giving a
That's
good
it for,
money on it.
our coverage of the launch of Borderlands 4. Really,
Good
ultimately, I think it's a
FPS.
shame because,
But
again,
sometimes
let's just
this
go back
kind
to
of
the fact
botched
that I
it.
think the game itself, I
Starter
really love playing the
issue
game.
will become
The
really
gameplay
fun
is a
on
lot of
next
fun.
release.
I love the class
Sometimes.
that I'm playing, love going through the content.
You know,
And,
surprisingly.
it's just a shame that it's what's otherwise seems like a really good Borderlands game is being
But
completely
AMD
dragged
high
down
gets
by
ships,
some massive
that will
performance and technical
completely
issues on top of
work
some of the other
fine.
little grievances that we mentioned here as well.
Because it has
Hopefully
the
they get
more
it
of a
fixed,
gauge,
because
right?
yeah, this could be really good long term for a lot of people. I've really been enjoying it. And
Oh,
I'm looking forward to
he
diving
actually
more
made
into
a
the
review.
game. Again,
You can watch that
I'll save
later.
that topic for another video though. Let me know how the launch of Borderlands 4 has been going for you. Have you been playing? How has performance been? Performance or not? How have you been enjoying the game? Let me know your thoughts below. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
That's a good one. Let's go. Wait, Millimeters has RPX.
In response
Since
to my last
when?
video testing out the
Alright, let's continue. Rosie, I mean, how far are you even here, dude? Hello?
Chocolate kerektis.
Don't worry, you are dying for a better cause. May your soul pave the way for my exploration.
Oh, not one.
Oh, come on, there is a dark wheel again. Seriously? Jesus, okay. Better you been in? Yes, absolutely. I think I need another nail upgrade. These guys are pretty tanky. kinda hard to kill this thing. Okay, I got him. Jesus, he was tough. Goes even further? Damn.
To sta jugando. Gehwal nedoka.
Damn, $800? What is he even? Is it worth it? Damn name? Yes, I do. Oh. Found out about those. I didn't do anything though. Collect the essence? I see. All over my body? Yeah. And the next one? Bam. Yeah, at least it's over. Cookie slash? Damn, that's a good one, isn't it? That's a really good one. What does it do? More rapidly with their mail. Because 3 points. I don't know how good it is though. That's a one big ass bug.
Ganame chulo.
Dash slash hold X. Oh no, that sounds pretty decent. Is it good?
Bama. Finelo. Bama. Finelo.
And how do they use it? Let's see how good this quick slash is. Is it good? I can't tell. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what's going on. Where the hell did that guy even come from? I literally didn't see that guy. But there we can go up and then go left or right. I'm gonna try to go right and see what's that. Oh my god, that guy can shoot that in every direction. What is this? What is that? Well, we're not going to find out. Let's go.
Ui, kalak ma. Do dakugand.
Sensation is mad unpleasant.
Kalak ma. Do dakugand. Do dakugand. Il forno. Il forno. Il forno.
Oh, that day absolutely didn't tell me anything. Hard to tell which one is the path and which one is bullshit. I thought that was dead. Apparently not. Here it goes up and up. How far are you gotta go up? Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Elysium. How? That's kinda cool. I wanna check out the Coliseum. Oh, okay. This is actually pretty long. Following the night I see, yes. Again? Ah, you got me. Is there like a end to do it or do we have to finish the whole thing? It's been so long, it takes forever. Oh, that's actually cool.
Minima, Mariba, you.
Is it gonna do it from the start? That would suck if they do that. I think they did. any end to this? Hello? There we go. Money, 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 money. How much is that? 139? That's 1,000. Let's go. I had a freaking dodge. Totally worth it. Let's freaking go. Wait, that didn't fun. I wanted to kill those things, but it's totally worth it for. I earned a notch out of that. That's nice.
Ubo, Barima. Mariba, Yubo. Ubo,
What is it be?
Barima.
Okay. Easy money? Oh. Okay, I got another match. What I can do here? I think I could really get rid of this and then I have more attack speed, which would be nice. That's a cool new little feature. I kinda like that. They did the Coliseum was pretty fun. Even though it's big one, oh well. Man, I'm not. I just rub it properly. Rub it properly, otherwise, medicine won't go through your bloodstream. So I'm blocked off. Nah, good, good.
Dirasakan Corri, corri! Amo! ¿Qué le sacan? ¿Qué le sacan?
When the games for the stream? Nice. That's good, sounds good. What is this place? I don't understand this place at all. What the hell just happened? Yo, Jane, hello. Great. It's a bot. There are so many bots in Cake Build. Holy Christ. Warrior beam? Should I do this? Let's try it. Oh, come on, I don't have any life. I didn't see that. Oh yeah, now I can fight the boss.
Hands up! Hands up! Up! Whoop! Kick up! Kick up! Oh, hoi! Oh, go back! Suck! Kick up! Oh, down! Oh, hoi! Hands up! Hands up! Suck! Suck! Hands up!
Well, that was easy. Gotta go even more up. Up, up.
Kedulu senga lukani.
Oh, she gave me a payload. Damn. That's not a massive. That's just literally a weapon upgrade. I gotta figure out where the blacksmith is. Okay, he's all the way below. I could check on the daddy. Let me check on him. Oh, not that. I want to go to the King's area so I can upgrade my weapon. Oh, let me out of food. It's already time. Nice? Yeah. So maybe get some food and did he share some? Well, why not? They'd easily do. That was such a panic run. Jesus, I thought I was dead. Ah, whoops.
Ah, Ranjo Stenja. Vendasu.
I need 2? Oh, fuck you. I got only 1. I got scammed. Wait, it needs 3 hits to kill this guy? Okay. Alright, there we go. Not sure what to get. don't know how I managed to miss this. Yeah, Bella, hello. Jesus. Welcome back? What do you mean? Where I went? Oh, you mean a little bit AFK? Yeah, I was looking up where to go. Jesus Christ, okay. That was rough. This looks ridiculously hard. Maybe that is the pattern I'm missing. Have you blurred 9 souls? No. Give me son, what's this flat? Tell me this flat. I can do one more try and then I gotta go get my dinner. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go get my dinner and then I can bond out with the boss. I think he is the final. Like, once I get the mask, I get the 3 masks and then I can open the egg. I think that's pretty much the GG, right? Once I hit that, it's pretty much in game. At least I assume that's the case, but who knows? I could still look it up on the bosses and maybe like those. Ad is finally up. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. I don't know why you put the ad really late. Like, it's already been 4 hours. What's the reason? Do you have any reason for it? I see, I see. Okay, got it. No problem then. Jesus Christ. Let me see. We can hold into this when I say I'll be a lot more quicker next time. Putting out the order. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I think at least a 1 hour delay would be nice. But you are doing like 4 hours. Like, that's like half of my stream is gone. I could do that? Okay, no problem. See you soon, William. Ah, such an annoying boss. The punishing. they just combo you. Like it's just a fucking retarded. Naturally, they just were lucky in, and then they just combo you with the freaking scenarios that you cannot even escape from. Such a cancerous boss. I think this is the weakest one in the game. Like weakest link. Multiple enemies at the same time. So weak, dude. Especially the double jump has like a weird jank. You have to hold to jump higher. Like, look at this design. You have to hold it to jump higher, and then you have to do it again to double jump, right? So when you see the mob running that fast, you do this. And you have such a limited, what do you call it? Limited jump. You just get hit by that ball. It's just literally there to piss you off. So you have to hold and then you have to do this. Which not gonna happen when the boss comes out like a Mark 10, you know? Like that design, this design sucks, especially against that boss. Like this design is trash. Like if you have double jump, it will actively punish you for it. Just fucking my hands are aching, dude. How many times I have to jump? Precipitously up the left one back. Jeez, yeah. Can I just respawn next to the boss? I don't know why these idiot games just never learned from that. I had to take 2 lifts and then jump 20 times to get to the boss fight. Will it kill you to have a bench over here? Idiots. Oh, let's add a fucking 10-mile run back to the gameplay. That's gonna be fun. That is so fucked up. Did you guys see that? That's what I mean. They just combo you with an inescapable attack. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to dodge that one? Literally have them luck out with the pattern, otherwise I'm dead. That was the final phase. Like, there is only one guy over there. Can't wait to do the lift again. Wee, super fun. like I said, inescapable. One guy is jumping on top, another guy is slashing. I cannot dodge backwards because he just slammed on top of me. Inescapable combo. That's bullshit. They knew adding two of them makes the fight so annoying. But they went with it anyway. I'm predictable too. Just randomly the ball just pimples around the area. But you have to react, but your jump is freaking has a lag between it. Because you have to hold your jump. We'll just get fucked. Oh, time to lock on and get my Elden Ring base back. Jesus Christ. This one is tough. Tougher in a sense it just puts you on an impossible situation a lot. You get like a freaking garden a lot with this boss and then take damage. Are you serious? Then the one. I mean, if I had more damage, this would be very easy, to be honest. How are you fucking kidding me? Ah! Oh! What the fuck? They just literally designed to fucking make you lose. And I would have missed. Yeah, I'm gonna point out the issues in this game. Jesus Christ. It's not flawless as people say it is. I mean, it definitely plays well. I can tell you that much. Are you fucking serious? Like that? That's what I mean. Just disgusting. He just freaking does that shit and then it gets a kill. Like he, in the mid-air, unless I should have just dash in mid-air or something. Like Jesus fucking Christ. It just literally catches you so many times. It's just annoying. I wonder how many times you get caught by that boss. It's the most annoying part about that fight. Just pisses me off. So many unpredictable freaking areas and then they just lock you in. Like you cannot run away from that at all, you just fucking get the hit. This makes the fight super fucking lame. I think the healing is not good. Like, especially with the upgrade against this boss, it's just a waste of time. It gets me killed rather than doing any freaking benefit. Like, you can crouch it with the freaking upgrade, but I think it should be default. Like, when I'm just sitting there, I'm just literally a sitting duck. And he just freaking balls the duck. Freaking head. So annoying. I mean, I will get it, but I'm not sure as hell not having fun. Thank God with this, juniors. Nice play. This boss sucks. It just puts you in so many times in impossible positions, and then it gets you kicked. Not an enjoyable one. I don't like it. It's difficult, yeah. So far, this is the most difficult I'm having in the game, but not in a fun way though. I think it's a DPS check. I had to kill that guy faster than the other guy spawns. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a bad time. I think that's what's going on. It's literally a DPS check. Get that one. That's literally impossible to dodge. That's what I mean. It just reloads over and over again. It has multiple, right? As soon as you get like that, you just get hit, and then your character just dies. It's just a slot mission. You're just playing a slot mission with the boss. You know? And then if he rolls to that unbreakable, undodgeable attack, you are dead. I mean, this is the most difficult one. The rest of them are freaking super easy, so I don't think it's that gonna be that hard. Even this guy is not hard, if you're in sense. It's just the multiple of them makes the fight annoying. Is there another amulet I can get to have higher focus or something? I think I have one, right? Let me play the different one. See if it does something. Doesn't look like it's doing much. Thank you, kinda works. I mean, those things does damage, but it's super distracting. Finally, there we go. Spineless OP. Fucking guys, what a piece of shit was. I'm not that bad from the start. Unbelievable. Those little things actually give me the catch I need to win this fight. Fuck me. Like, these guys are brutal. Yeah, these are the freaking... yeah, I'm guessing the god of the mask. So I guess that is technically a boss. Jeez, that is the hardest one yet, so far I've seen. Yeah, I think I finished the game. That was like a one boss that was revealed.
맞지요? 파트 맞지요? 파트 맞지요? 파트 맞지요?
오, 지트리. 오, 지트리. Akala, empuno.
Bafanada. 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 50+ days? Are you serious? Jesus. Yet. Good thanks with that. Okay, how many faces this guy have? If he has one face, I think I can get him. You're not that difficult. Looks like he is the source of plague. Why? I hope he doesn't have a second phase because this is gonna be super freaking long. Maybe I should explore under the comeback later. He is technically the final boss. Oh my god. I thought he would jump there, so I just ran to the other end and then Bachman did. Ayo, cringe. Yeah, you got me on that one. Flies. Fair enough. You're just a baddie and then have fun. The really fun when the now was just reading like a book. And then just kid you. Ah. Okay, I just bastard through it. Panic, panic, panic! He just started to do that attack really fast. Man, the final two bosses are just straight up Dark Souls bosses. They're ridiculously tough. Man, I gotta load that contact damage when he just standing next to me and then do damage. You know, you get punished with the contact damage, is really fun. His mask has contact damage and sometimes it will hit me for no reason. I just fucking hate these hard ass games. I'd rather do something else. Hold on, I'm gonna start to that fighting that same thing. Yo, Elder Bug, hello. Looks like we got a hololive in there. Hmm. Hmm. Any wisdom to how to beat this guy? I don't know, it's just too complicated. I don't want to be with it. This was the lore. I want to see the lore of this game. Oh.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny. Be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's
what's up?
navigation
Give me
system
some.
requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to
I ended up
uncover.
my stream?
Hollow Knight's
Nice,
narrative
nice.
is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight.
Okay.
And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no legs.
Yo, no scam, hello.
Mysterious property of worms
Thanks so much for the
raid.
raid. Thank you for sharing your awesome community with me.
Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how
We
effective
should be a
this
hybrid
ability
data
was.
and have some food.
Considering how the
That
entire
hungry
race
don't
went
feed. Thanks so much for the raid.
this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass,
How are we
it is
doing?
explained
Pretty
that
good.
this worm traveled across the distant mountains and
What about
wastelands
you?
beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest,
Oh, that's your stream.
the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's this one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kinda smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kinda sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deep Nest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deep Nest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on border patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deep Nest. Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deep Nest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deep Nest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Green Path. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Green Path was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Green Path into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Green Path at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Green Path stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Green Path's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Green Path. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mosskin, the Moth tribe was born from a
Looks like they're the
being
majors.
known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble
That looks
in
like
the
a
dream
demo
realm.
version of a Has-Been
Getting
Hotel.
back
Come
to
on.
the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In wilds beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Halonest, written by Modamon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Halonest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Halonest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Halonest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Halonest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Halonest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Halonest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Halonest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Halonest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Halonest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her.
How come half of the
With as
place
much
I never
exposition
been
we
there
get
in
from
this
the Pale
game?
King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Halonest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
I was supposed to do.
In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being
Yes, welcome back.
She also appears to be some sort of
I thought the Hollow Knight, not the Pale Knight. Hollow Knight, the main guy.
The Five Great Knights
couldn't beat him,
role
quit,
in the Champions
other than
Call,
play Watching the Lord.
Grove, and the Battle of the Blackworm.
It's just way too
what
hard.
these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest.
Now that you beat the game, no, I quit the
The
game.
Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways.
Oh, yeah, the final boss in the Hollow Knight? I see. Yeah, I can do that tomorrow. Like, it's already pretty late now. I'm kind of having my dinner at the call it a day.
The fluke spawned from the fluke marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the flukes, but I do need to point out that the fluke marm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the kingdom of Hallownest at its height. Hallownest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As a suspiciously knowledgeable hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection
So the main problem is the Radiance. The Radiance is the one that fucked up.
Spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off
Yeah,
the
that makes
Radiance's
sense.
light. The gates to the city of many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the city of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection.
Oh shit! Damn, I didn't know
The
that.
Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven.
It's pretty simple. So that is a Radiance and that is Pale King. Pale King is the usurper. And that Radiance is pissed off because he took her land. And then she just plagued everyone.
Of soul, and his entire sect failed. Soul Master was to protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of soul.
They're gonna do something? Yeah, I know.
And his
I
entire
gotta
sect
take it up.
failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier,
In the house, Harman show up? Yeah, I think that is like a side quest I have to do.
the Pale King
Yeah, I will do it tomorrow. I need some support if we kill that guy. That is ridiculous,
built
dude.
in an area called the Ancient Basin. Mentioned earlier, a scheme involving a strange infection. The Pale King, with the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit, known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such, deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with the void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work
So we are dead.
Thousands of vessels
We
were
are a
created
zombie.
during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomom the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because mold
the King's what?
The King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well, Good grief, he's naked! The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the collector is still spotted by the hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurian does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was.
Yeah, dude never said a single
The
word.
teacher lived in the teacher's archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Monomon in some way. They could be her live offspring,
Freaking kamikaze bitches. They just blow the fuck up.
Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the teacher's archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiants, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera
so that's how she was born. Okay.
And so the three dreamers were
kind
put
of a
to
weird
rest.
story, but
Through
okay.
their actions, a seal was placed over the and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body.
Oh god, fuck these things. Holy fuck, this boss sucked.
Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deepnest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, It itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the Black Egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest as it once was entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets.
Wow.
Similar
This
to
is
how
like,
people in the
no,
real world cover their
I'm
furniture
leaving.
while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial. My name is Johnny Cochran." Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic. Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemul. Hagemul held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemul's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemul's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will
Look at this guy.
lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogrim moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights, so much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious.
The invite is really nice. Why develop something? I see.
The one responsible for this acid, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the Wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollow Nest were closed off, with the old well and Earthmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hollow Nest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen.
Come on, this is from Hasbin Waddle. Come on.
Also involves sacrificing the troop
Hasbin Waddle or whatever the fuck enemies cartoon is that?
Hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hollow Nest are the Master to his own shares of fallen, known as the Nightmare.
It's just
The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, Hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hollow Nest are the Godseekers.
So I think that is DLC, right? I have to finish the base game to access that or something?
After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God-Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God-Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hollow Nest. When they arrived, however, the God-Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God-Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God-Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hollow Nest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hollow Nest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hollow Nest
Absolute Radiance is a pretty shit boss. I think I'm kinda losing my mind at the Hollow Knight himself. Like, I seen the fight, it's just too brutal. Like, I don't think I can beat this game. I'm gonna have a bad time after this. You know? Yeah, because you're rather good? Really? Yeah, that makes the most sense. Yeah, I could have wanted to get some payloads or something to upgrade my weapon. Yeah. Melanie and was here a lot. Plus some of the charms are game breaking. I want to get one of those. Which one is the most broken one so I can breeze through the gameplay? I want to get one of those and then I get out today. You know? Alright, I think I'm gonna sleep. Like, we've been streaming for 8:30 almost. I'm gonna take it easy and then come back tomorrow. And then I continue time. Quicksilver double speed healing. Chance that gives you the regeneration. Any platform we thought is a joke. I see you can heal? That sounds good. That horse can make the game gold breeze? Okay, I will keep that in mind. Alright, bye-bye, see you tomorrow. But tomorrow is a farming stream, if that's the case. And I will come back and then watch the rest of the mode, okay? Bye-bye. No, thank you for the watch, and really appreciate it. Any video you see, but I'm about to sleep now, so I'm going to sleep now, right now. Alright, bye-bye.